Hello everyone, and welcome to the first Upstack's official live coding stream. My name is Robert, and I'm one of the many developers in the Upstack family. We've kind of decided to tackle building an API in Go, and this is for a small web application, which is actually the focus of this year's hackathon. We'll be starting from scratch. No scripts are pre-written, so we'll be typing everything, and we'll be trying to also finish this during today's and tomorrow's streams. Pretty much the coding part of the hackathon is 2 days, today and tomorrow, and we need to submit everything by Monday. So yeah, let's see. A little bit about the application that we will build. This is going to be sort of a meetup application, but also couch surfing. Let's see, it has to have a login. We have already our database of developers, so they will be actually free to use the application once it's done. When the judges decide which one will win, of course. And they also have an update for the profile details, where they can change their avatars, location, short bio, so on and so forth. They will be able to view a map, so any user that will use the application will be able, for example, I want to go to, I don't know, maybe I want to travel to New York and couch surf a day or two there. I will be able to search through the application if anyone's in the US, it's in New York or any other city that I might want to visit, and start a conversation with them. and see if they want to accommodate me or any other person, whatever. We're gonna have a search, the contact details for that developer that registers with the application. Plus they will be able to send out invitations. So me as a user, if I want to send an invitation to a couple of my friends, I can do it, and they in a way become part of the Upstack family. Plus they can choose to use the Upstack services and become our developers. Yeah. Let's see what else. We do have a small wireframe here, but we can follow this one if you want. Actually, it would be better if we follow this one. So yeah, nothing fancy. We have a sign up, we have a login. The sign up creates an account with a name, email, and a password. We're gonna ignore the login with Google for the moment. Create a profile, has location, how many rooms do you have to spare, bio, wishlist, and invite. Once that's done, we can move to login. Again, we're gonna skip login with Google. We have a dashboard where you can see how many places you have visited, how many friends you have made. This is not established yet, so not really sure how we're gonna make all those connections yet. You can check your messages if you have from other developers, from other users. Where to go next? I'm guessing this will lead to the map part of the application. The map part of the application will pretty much show pins in the cities, and once you tap that one, you get a list of all the users that live in that city. And from there you can check their profile, and from there you can start a chat and take it from there. Might share real life contacts and call each other. You can also edit the profile, your profile, and you also send the invitation. So the application is not that complicated, at least from the API side. I think my colleague is gonna have a little bit of hard time to build a front end for it to look nice and be fluid. But from the API side, everything is going to be pretty easy, I would say. Let's see what's next. We're going to or at least I'm going to save all the API documentation into API. I find the service pretty easy to use, and I like typing, so yeah. And that's about it. For the API part, I'm going to use the standard Go project layout because I like the folders and how the application looks, at least on my side on the IDE. Alright, so let's get cracking. I'm gonna use Golang for this. And actually, you know what, let's create a folder. This is good. And we're gonna open it on this side. Okay, so let's see now. We need initial folder structure. I'm gonna go through terminal anyway. And we need a CMD, we need internal, and let's see what else. Maybe the build folder we should have as well. And no, we're not gonna have a package folder since I'm guessing nobody will actually use this library for anything else. So everything is gonna be internal and not importable in other Go scripts. If you want to use this library, there will be nothing to import there. And I think that's about it. And now inside CMD, we'll need to actually create a folder. I'm gonna keep Couchsurfing as the application name, and also in internal the same thing. So maybe in internal we're not gonna create it. All right. Let's start Git on it as well, and go create the repo as well. There we go. Couchsurfing, we're gonna leave it public so you guys can access it if you want. The link, it's going to be on YouTube down in the description. Actually, just need yeah, I copied it correctly. Come on, go home. Oh, it was git remote out. We're not gonna add anything right now. Okay. So we're gonna need the main file here, which we will be responsible for running the whole application. And we need the main function as well. Alright, in the meantime, let's set up another folder here. Yeah. Don't bother about git ignore. I'm gonna set up anything there. Okay, so two packages that we're going to use. Actually, yeah, there's two of them which I've created for easier API starting. One of them is GoSQL, which pretty much connects or creates a connection using the GORM package to the database, so I don't have to type this one in every project. I'm just going to import this one. Let's start with this. And OSQ, come on. OSQL. So this one, for example, I'm going to create a init function and create a global AP, which is going to be a pointer towards DB. Okay. Let's say D or party actually. It's going to be GoSQL. And this is just a basic structure which contains a pointer to the database connection and also an error in case something goes wrong. Why I like to use this one, because I can easily pass it an environment variable prefix. since this one uses these environment variables, so MySQL user, pass, host, port, and name. So I just pass a prefix and it's going to use that prefix underscore and then the rest. So I like to use this one, or actually I like to use environment variables because it's easier to set up on all the servers. You don't have to carry around an extra JSON file and go worry about deploying it. So this one we're gonna go CS the prefix, and we can actually check if the error is different than nil. And let's use Lagrange to opt out the error. And fail to connect. What the hell am I writing? The database. And I'm gonna include the error string. And then OSX it, and that's it. I'm gonna quit straight. The other package that I want to use, which was also created by me, is GoTils. This one, actually, you know what? Let's create. Okay, just go here. So this one is actually a collection of functions which I compounded over time. So like a purify function which will clean up a string of all add characters, and not really add, but like quotes when you encode something in HTML, or the apostrophe in HTML format, the ampersand, and it's going to reduce everything to lowercase characters, so it's gonna be a little bit cleaner. We have some unique integers out of an array, out of a slice actually, unique strings also on a slice of strings. We do have this report error which I tend to use a lot. So this one is actually using Sentry for reporting errors, and if you don't know it, that's sentry.io. It's a pretty neat service, and you can actually host your own Sentry on your own server and not going through the pricing on their page. This is hosted by them, so yeah, that's what it costs. Let's see what else we have. Split name, which is going to create first name and last name if you don't have it. A friendly date. This is something that came from PHP actually. It's a new line to break conversion. This one will add hrefs to, so you can parse a string, and instead of having just text for a URL, it's gonna create a whole HTML for that URL. You have a tokenizer, which you can, for example, give it like a long text to search. I mean, it's intended for search. You can give it a long text. It's gonna remove all the stop words from the language that you're using, and in this package, actually I think we have, yeah, we only have English available right now, but it's going to remove all the stop words from that and only keep the relevant words. What else? Check if slice has an element inside. This will shorten a string and add the ellipsis at the end, which is okay. and generate just a simple UID instead of using the UUID thing. You can pass it a string and it's gonna generate something unique. But yeah, anyways, there's a couple of methods that I like to use, especially the report error. So we are going to create, okay, the pointer towards options. We're gonna fill all fields. Environment var prefix is going to be CS for everything. We don't have a sentry URL for now, so that's going to stay like that. A purify replacer, we're gonna use a dash, and we're not gonna have any Prometheus metrics. We can keep them nil, and this one we can pass as English. So yeah, we can create these two and configure. It's not going to return anything. We're not gonna have an error or anything else, so that's fine. Alright, so this is pretty much it for the init phase. So in case you didn't know, init runs first before all the other application code has to run. So we're gonna initialize the database connection, and actually I forgot we need to assign db equals to d.db, so we can use it. This way we save it up and you can use it upwide without any issues. Alright, let's see what else. Actually we're gonna need where to save the utils as well, so we're gonna have it like this. It's pointer to utils. Now we can assign it. Utils equals pointer towards you. And that's fine. Now, for example, in internal, if we go, we're gonna have a new folder here, API, which will contain all the logic. And inside of this one, we will need handlers to take care of all the endpoints. We're gonna need data, which will, in my case, I usually like to store all the structures and variables that are used upwide. So data and handlers, we are going to need routing. Take care of everything. Inside the routing we have the middleware, that's fine. What else? Let's leave it like that for now. Actually, you know what? We're gonna have, let me think. No, it's okay. We can do it in routing. So now we're gonna need structures. We're gonna need middleware. And it's going to be the, let's call them routes. Can it be like this? Handles nothing right now for the data. Let's create a general one, which will be struct, and we'll have code, integer. We'll also have an error, which is going to be a bool. We're gonna go through them in a second. We're gonna have a message. Now we are going to also add some methods on this one. one is going to set g.code to HTTP status OK, and g.error to false, and g.message to nothing. Alright, so this will be the this will be containing all the responses that we're gonna send out of the API. We're gonna have a code, we're gonna have an error if it's true or false, if it's an error, it's not an error, and if it's an error, we are going to send a message through this field. Forgot the parentheses on this one. And these functions, we're just going to add some to default. We're going to add some easy methods for us to set everything up, so we don't have to go through g.code equals status OK when we want to send out like a 200 and everything is okay. So this will be a 200 here normally. And the default, we're gonna go with an internal server error, just to be on the safe side that it's an error. It's going to be an error through, and message, we're just going to say internal server error. And I think there's one more, and that's bad request. Which normally, so this one, the internal server error, it's a 500 code, and the bad request, it's 400. That was bad request, so this one is a 400. G.error equals true, and G.message. So this one actually will require string as a parameter, and that will be the actual message that we're gonna send out. And for now, I don't think we're gonna need anything else, at least on this side. Let's see, what should we do next? Oh, we forgot about models. Have some models. So that in case of this one, the database structure was already provided with the host and everything, and we're gonna have 4 tables for now. We're gonna have users, which contains a UID, first name, last name, an email, a password. For brevity, we've also added a clear password, so we could authenticate with this one, with this user, and see if the profile looks okay and everything is okay. We have an avatar, just imported everything from randomuser.me, so the data is fake everywhere. We're gonna have a status as well, so let's create the models for this one. We also have messages, but this doesn't contain anything. Locations are directly connected to the user, so each user has one location right now, but you would probably be able to have multiple locations if you have multiple houses. I don't know, the possibility exists. We also have the invites to track who sent any invitations and if they are accepted or not. So let's create these models now. As I said, we're using GORM, so actually wait, we need to create again a general structure for GORM. So this will be general. We're gonna have ID, which is an int. I think, I don't remember exactly, but we can check online. There's an override that you need to do, and there's a couple of things that you can set up. So there we go. This would be like a GORM default package. We can actually import it. and they use non-sign-in, so that's fine, I don't mind. But I would want the JSON as well here, and the Gorm primary key, just to know that that's a primary key. So we have created that, updated that, and deleted that. So Gorm by default supports soft deletion. That means a row in the database is not going to be removed if you delete it. So the deleted that timestamp will be populated since default is null. And based on that one, Gorm will ignore it when you query for new results. But we're not gonna use that one. So if you delete something, it's going to go out, and that's it. So we created that as a JSON and updated that. So this will be the general model. So now we can create, for example, user. I'll type user structure, and we're gonna use the general one, which is going to bring in everything that we've added here, the ID created and updated that, and now we are going to bring in the rest of them. So we have a new ID, which is a string. UID string. I found that with type of fields like this with all capitals in Go, Gorm sometimes has issues, and it's trying to read a different name than this UID and how the column is, so you need to specify it. I think in case of the UID it's going to be a problem, but anyway. So we have first name, last name. First name is a string. We have last name as a string as well. And what else? Email, password. We have email. We have password. We're gonna skip the clear password from this one because we don't actually need it. We have an avatar, which is again a string, and we have a status, which is an integer, and it's not aligning and pissing me off. So on save actions, we're going to add Go inputs. This one, every time we save, it's gonna take care and align it. So we have a status and what else? Created and updated, which is fine because it's part of the general. We don't care about the indexes because we're not gonna migrate to this one. For safety reasons, we are going to create a table name override, which returns a string. This is part of Gorm, and this one will just return the table name. So for example, normally it knows, so the model is user, it knows that the table name should be users. But for example, if you have users new created, then you would prefer to keep the model name user, but try the new table users new. So you need to specify, and I kind of got used to specifying it every time. Let's see, what else do we have? Oh, wait, I forgot. We have locations, which, let's create this one next. This one we're gonna create a relation between the two models. So we have a location. So type location. And we have the general one. User UID. Oops, not there. Okay, user UID, which is a string. Everything looks good, but let's see, column name is user UID. City, country, postal code. is a string. We have a postal code which is also a string. Okay. Postal code with a capital P. We're gonna go with a string. And latitude and longitude, which are decimal. Okay, so we have let's keep it with, let's go latitude. It's gonna be a 64, and JSON is going to be latitude. And now this is why we use column, because now right now the column is lat, so it's lat, but inside Go and everywhere it's where it's going to create the JSON. If we export the model, if we marshal our model straight into JSON, it's going to use latitude instead of just lat in lat. Longitude, also float. Keep it like this, and Gorm is gonna know to save it into LNG. Next, we have a status and surfable. So status, it's an integer, and surfable, it's also an integer. This one would have been better to be a boolean, but yeah, that's it. And we have created it. Okay, so now let's create method table name on that model. Locations. Alright, so now let's create a connection between them. So with Gorm, okay, so welcome to the stream, first of all. What do you mean without any type or anything? You mean included in the model like this? So general we've just defined earlier, and it's another structure which actually overrides some of the Gorm's options. So it has an ID, created that and updated that. So it pretty much mirrors the default three fields which you can find in all of our tables right now. So all of the tables have an ID, a created that and updated that field. You can see they are, now we have a ton of data, but they are populated anyway automatically when you create a record or when you update that record. So now, just so you don't go and type ID, created that, updated that in all of the models, you just add the general structure and that's it. Does that answer your question? All right, cool. Let's see, where are we? All right, location. Oh yeah, the connection between them. So with Gorm, you can actually create associations between the models, like if one of the models belongs to the other one, or if we have a one-to-one relation or one-to-many relations, like exactly like we were saying earlier, one user can have multiple locations. We can have many-to-many, or we can have polymorphism. Let's go with has many. We can do it like that, and we're just going to add here locations, which will be a slice of the model location, which will save in JSON under locations automatically. But now we need to specify the foreign key, which we are going to use, and in our case it's user UID, because this will be the link between the two tables. So like that, and because it's not default, we need also to specify an association foreign key, which in our case will be UID. So now whenever I create a query and I pull a user from the database, for example, I can tell that query to actually preload locations. So this will go behind the scenes and do the second query, which will also pull all the locations associated with every entry that it finds for user. This way, we don't need, for example, in the middle of, let's say we're pulling all the users for, I don't know, let me just create it here, just for kicks. So we're gonna go under users, and we're gonna filter by, what the hell we're gonna use for filter? We don't have a country here, we don't have anything. Let's say, let's use a common name. So let's use a filter for first name Monica. Let's see what we find. If we have more, no, we don't. Duh. And let's go with locations because it's easier to find duplicates. So we're gonna go for Spain. So country equals Spain. So we have, how many there are? 31. For example, let's say these are users. So we're gonna do a query and say, give me all the users. In this case, these are location with the country, but let's say they are users. So give me all the users that meet this criteria. Okay, so there are gonna be 31 users. So if we tell that query to also preload location, instead, when we go through the 31 results in a loop, instead of querying there in the loop, the GORM connection will do this, will preload that data. So each user will already have its location populated. Not really sure if it makes sense or not, the way I explained it. But yeah, we'll be able to pretty much preload the locations, and once we have these locations, we'll be also able to update them or save them or delete them because they are just there. These are the pretty much they are pointers to that model straight, as if we would query for it, and that's it. Alright, so we created the location. We need to create messages and invites, and we're done with the models. So message, so type message, it's a structure. We're gonna bring in the general model, and for message, what do we have? From UID to UID, string, body. Okay, so from UID to UID, and let's say column, just to be sure that it's gonna read it correctly. And for two also. Okay, we have body, also string, and it's red, and the rest it's done already. So this one is gonna be an integer. Again, this was a good idea to be a boolean, but yeah, keep it like this. And table name, so the string, return messages. Okay, so now you see this is another good example. So we could actually go and add another preload here for user, and we could pull messages. Actually, we could pull both messages if you will. For example, we can do something like sent messages, which is going to be a slice of message, the model we just created. We're gonna keep sent messages, and now when we come in with the foreign key and association, we can get created. So foreign key in this case is going to be, so they are sent, so they are from my UID. So we're gonna use the from field, and association is going to be UID again. We also can create received messages, again slice of message, the JSON gonna be received, and this is going to be to UID. So now if I want to preload all my sent messages, this one is gonna go and create a query in the message table with the foreign key from UID being equal to my UID when it finds that row, when it goes through that row. But for now we don't care about messages that much, so let's just comment them for the moment. And we also have invites. Let's create the last model for now. It's an invite. Dyslexia acting up. Give me just 1 second to answer something. Alright, so back invite. The invite we have from UID to address. Thank you for the follow, man. Really appreciate it. So we have from UID to address, and the rest is default. So we have from UID, which is a string, and to address, since the invites will go to an email address, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Go on invite. Okay, so we're done with models. Handlers not right now because we need all the middleware and everything. Need the routes and we need the structure. So let's see if I remember this one. So we're gonna create an API. And what should the API contain? Let me think. So if I go in main, we're gonna say API. It's going to be an I have an import from, yeah, we need the full path. It's not going to be intersect, it's going to be couchsurfing internal API routing. So in the start folder we have the type API. Okay, this one is going to be an API. I'm not sure why it's not getting it. Forget this ones. The data we can close. Actually, we can close all the models and everything. Unused import. Yeah, I'm trying to use it. It's gonna be. Wait, it's going to be a routing.api. So we're gonna create a var. This will be our main API object. So now, preferably, we could say something like API.configure, which doesn't exist right now, but we're gonna create it. And here we could go with some options. So now let's go and leave the structure empty and create function on this API struct, which is going to be configure, and it's going to to accept API options, another type of struct which can contain all sorts of options. So this one is going to be a pointer towards API. Actually, it's called ops. Let's say opt. It's going to be a pointer to API options. Bear with me just a second so we get everything figured out in the end. Alright, so in here we're gonna need options, pointer towards API options, and the configure part is just going to assign a.options to the opt that we set, pretty much nothing else here. So now the options, we're gonna have the API options. What do we need? We need an address, which is going to be a string. So this will be something like the IP address, which is going to be used when we launch it. Let's say 127.0.0.1 for now. We need a run port. We can go an integer with this one, but in the end we're gonna need it in string format, so let's just go string from the beginning. So this one we can send this one with a string. This one we can send something like 5,000. So it's going to run, or it's going to bind on this IP address and this port number. What else would we need? We need run address and a run port. We don't. Okay, let's keep it simple for the moment and just leave these two. So now when we can configure it, we can just send out a pointer to routing.api options, and we're gonna fill the fields right here. For right now, we're gonna build it, and on the server, it's gonna be bound to also this IP address. And let's keep it like that, 5,000. Now, next one we need an API run, which will pretty much start the API. We need that one now. API and run. Actually, you know what? Let's do it like this. So the configure one, it's going to return a pointer to the API. And at the end here, we need to add the return. So we're gonna return the object, and this one, let's say API options is this. It's gonna look a little bit cleaner. So we have this API options, and we say configure with a pointer to the API options. And because now the configure method returns the object itself, we can chain the methods on it. So now we can go run. So configure it and run it and just use one line. Now you can do it like this as well. It's not gonna matter that much because the output from here it's not gonna be used, but we can actually chain them and just configure it and run it, and that's it. All right. So we need to create a router. So I'm gonna say router, and there we go. This is something that we're gonna need inside the API. Router, it's going to be a gene router. I think it was a router group. No, sorry, gene engine. There we go. I think it was gene default, and this one was returning the pointer to the engine. So a.router is gene engine. Not else we need next? We need to add the routes. So at some point we're going to say a dot add routes like this. So this will be something that we can type in next. I'm just gonna make a reference here so we have it, it doesn't error out. So this will go through whatever we have defined here and start adding routes. Yeah, pretty much the endpoints that we are going to support. All right. Course middleware we also need, and then we need the if error equals to a dot router dot start was it or run. Okay, we need to pass in the address, and the address is made out of run address and run port. Let's make a variable here and use printf to pretty much join those two strings with the colon at the middle. So it's gonna be a dot run address, a dot option, sorry, run address, and a dot options run port. Okay. So this one is going to go here, and if I'm not wrong, run returns an error. So if anything's wrong, we're gonna get the error back and we can check it in the if. So we're gonna say logruns ref failed to start the API. We're gonna return the error string. So error.error and OSX 0, and that's it. It's just gonna quit the project, the program. It's gonna stop it altogether. Okay, so now we need to start creating the add routes, and for add routes we're gonna need groups. So the API will have two URL groups, the public ones and the private ones. So the public ones are something like the authentication endpoint, where you can send up your username and password and authenticate. Once you're authenticated, the API will give you a token, and pretty much all the calls from there are going to be made to the private API using that token in the header. So we're gonna have two router groups. So let's say public group, and this is a pointer to gene dot router group, and private group gene dot router group. We need to define these ones, so we can actually define them during the configure part. So a dot public group is gene dot new, no, oops, what the hell is LG? No, I think it was no, create router group, what the hell? There was a create command. Let's find out. So gene create router group. Yeah, I forgot to mention Gene is an HTTP web framework, and it's pretty easy to use. Comes in handy. API examples, simple. We need grouping routes. Thanks, man. Yeah, you keep banging on that front end. Oh, so it's just group, so router.group, and so the public group, it's going to be, they said router.group, but we have, no, so we cannot use it here because we need the public group is router.group, and they want a relative path. So for example, you could group certain URLs if you want to create a group just to use for users operations. For example, you could use let's say the URL would be something like this, /user/ I don't know, add, for example, one of them, even though you won't need that, but anyway, just to give you an example. So the next one would be to have this one /ed, and so on and so forth. So you could just create a group with relative path users. I'm not sure. Oh, you need it. So now this group that you define here, it's going to use this URL up to here. So from here on out, you can just go in and add the last pieces into that group. And splitting up the URLs like this, it's useful because you could just define different middleware that each group can use, and that middleware can go in, for example, for a users group, that middleware can go in and check your token in a certain table or in a certain way, or try to decode it in a certain way. For another group, it's a different story, so you can customize the groups as you want. In our case, the public group, it's going to be / and the private group, it's also going to be / because we don't have anything. So our URLs will look like this. I don't know, let's say api.couchsurfing.com /. So this is going to be the API based URL. From here, you will start with auth for authentication, or /me, for example, just to get your profile once you authenticate, so on and so forth. So now the add routes is going to use these two together. All right, let's move to the add routes now. Oh, one more thing we need to add, and I'm going to search for it. So let's say go gene course. So we need some course added, and there's an official one from Gene, and it's this one. We're gonna just, usually against copy pasting, but you would have to remember everything. So we're gonna add it before we add the routes, and we can create some comments. So default gene engine, configure public and private, configure public and private groups or URL groups. Okay. So this is a.router.use, and it's going to create a new config for the course configuration, and allow origins. We're gonna say, so this one will give you the opportunity to actually allow calls from a certain URL, or allow, yeah, in 10 minutes. I started an hour ago, my friend. And or just allow from anywhere. So you could, for example, you have your front end on a certain URL and your API on another URL. So you can just control to this one like get, post, and put and patch are allowed only from this URL, while other methods are allowed from anywhere else. In this case, I'm going to just go with everything, and I think you need to specify all the methods here. So get, post, put, patch. Okay. We don't need this one. Expose headers, allow headers. So we need. We also need authorization. Not sure if it's allowed automatically, and we're gonna use custom header for our token, and it's gonna be X API token. All right. One more thing we need to search. And by the way, if you guys have any questions, just feel free to ask in the chat. I'm gonna check it from time to time. I have it here on the left. We also need JSON middleware. Since all of our responses will spit out JSON, but actually this one is pretty straightforward. So we need to create in middleware we need to create a function which is JSON middleware. I think this one, don't remember if it's supposed to be created on the router. I think it had a context. Let's just check. Well, I'm not sure if GORM has any GraphQL support. Hey, StarBuild. Welcome to the stream. Let's see, they usually have no. So GORM right now, so this ORM specifically supports MySQL, PostgreSQLite, and MS SQL. So, but I'm pretty sure if you go, let's say, GraphQL, Golang, you pretty much gonna find a connector to the GraphQL database, and probably an ORM as well. So this is the implementation for GraphQL and Go. Looks quite friendly. Fields hello, type, query. Yeah, so technically you could go and add it if you want. It's not a problem right now. Since the application is supposed to use our database, which is already established and has data for years and years, now we're gonna use MySQL. I haven't set it up yet, but actually it's set up because the package that we're using, the custom one, let me go back. So this one, the GoSQL, this one was already configured to use MySQL, so, or MySQL, however you prefer to spell it. So this one is already configured. Just have to set this environment variables, and that's it. Database will, the API will connect to the database automatically. I don't have to do anything. So we added the course, and now let's just add routes. But before the routes, we need to define the middleware, and we were just checking the default middlewares. So yeah, they use, that's an endpoint. They also use gene context. So yeah, this one is gonna use gene context, and we need to set up two headers. So see that now see that request that no, where was it? This is to grab a header and HTML get header. Doesn't have a set header. No, that's a set accepted and cookie. We don't. Let's see. How do they set the headers? Code revision, request ID. Oh, it's on the right. Yeah. Okay. So see that writer header dot set. We need to set the content type to application slash JSON. I think it's charset UTF-8. I'm not wrong. Let's see, gene set JSON header. We have Stack Overflow. Okay, so we don't pretty much need the charset UTF-8 because that guy did whatever I did, and actually no, it says if we return it with CJSON, it's going to automatically create this header, and he wants it without charset. Okay, it's great. We're gonna leave it like this. So now actually in add routes we can say a dot public group dot use, and we can just go JSON middleware, and that's it. And a dot private group also use JSON middleware, but we will also need, and I believe this don't need to be exported. So just small explanation. All the methods in Go, for those that don't know, all the methods in Go that start with a capital letter are exported. So that would make them, let's say, public in other languages. You can use them from one package to another. Since everything is in internal here, we technically don't need to export them unless we want to use them in, let's say, in handlers or in models or in data. So because these guys, the middlewares, are specifically just for the routing package, we can go and keep them like this. And it would have been okay to write everything in one file, but we can split them like this so we can easily find all the middleware that we use, all the routes, and the structures, the basic structures. So pretty much the basic structures would be these guys. These can go into, oh, we were already in structures, sorry. Everything else, for example, these guys can go into routes. Yeah, like that. Alright, so I was saying the private group, we're gonna use JSON middleware, and we also going to use auth middleware. So for now, actually this is C next, we need to forward the context to the next one, the execution Using your Google search on stream for setting JSON header. The stream looks okay on my side. Hang on just 1 second, let's see OBS. Nope. Stream is okay, the audio is fine and you're still seeing the old data, the old screen. Okay, so we need to use the hot middleware. That's 4 minutes ago. That's odd. Actually, wait, I can see that also. What the hell is wrong with OBS? Hang on. So that's the NDI source, and it's not. Yeah, sorry about this, guys. Because I'm coding on a Mac and I'm streaming everything from Windows, and apparently it's creating some issues. And nothing else is moving. This is new. Yes, I'm gonna fix it in a second. There we go. Just need to restart OBS. Thanks for the heads up. So, the auth middleware. Yeah, just let me know if anything happens. I'm not checking my third monitor, so it's right at the fringe of the vision. So the auth middleware right now, we're not gonna do anything. Actually, this reminds me, we're gonna need another model in the database or another place where to store tokens. So let's go with the user table. We're gonna add a token field. Token is gonna be a string, and that's about it. And we also need to actually change it in the database and add that field. I'm gonna do 128 and nothing. And no nulls allowed. Okay, so this one will store the every time the user authenticates, we're going to generate a token, and it's going to be stored here. Every time the user uses a private URL with a given token, we're going to check if that token is valid and it belongs to one of the users. This way we know who's calling the API. In case it, let's say, like we said, it goes for /me. So because it first went through the middlewares, it knows this user is authenticated. So /me, it's gonna return your details. That's everything behind the scenes. So let's say auth middleware, we're gonna go with, let's write it anyway. So the token is get header, and we're gonna go for XAPI token. This way we're gonna get the header from there. If the token is nothing, we're just going to say let's see what we do, return. So we create an out, which is going to be a data general structure. So this one contains the code error and the message. This way we can always return this one, and the first thing we do with out is called the default one. So now it's going to set everything to status internal error, error through an internal server error. And since we did that, we're going to add another one here, which is going to be unauthenticated. So this is going to say http.status unauthorized. Actually, I'm going to say unauthorized to be the same as the status. So status unauthorized, which is going to be for one. G.error is going to be true. G.message is going to be something custom like invalid credentials. I so love fuzzy messages from the APIs. You don't know where you land with it. So we're gonna call default on it, but if the token is empty, we're just going to set out.unauthorized and see that abort with status JSON out.code and out the object. So now it's going to return pretty much everything that's in general as a JSON string, and it's going to use, that's why I've put the code in the beginning. It's going to use the same code, which is an HTTP status. Otherwise, you would have written like HTTP dot status unauthorized here. But why do that when you can do it through the out and you configure it anyway? You have to configure like an error and a message just to let your client know what's going on. So this way, and just return, so break out of everything. All right, so now that we established that the token is not null, get and check the token if empty string. All right, now that it's not null, we need to create a database query to check if the token is actually valid. We're not going to complicate ourselves with an expiration right now. That would require setting up a separate table just for tokens and keep like a token linked to a user UID or user ID, and then it expires at. So the logic in that case would be, kneeling go for strings, it's empty string. So that comes pretty much, you can go ahead and say if it's nil. That's it, but apparently it doesn't want to do that. Cannot convert nil to. But if, oops, sorry. God damn it. Alright, so the get header one, it's going to try and attempt to get this header from the request. If the request doesn't have this one, this will return an empty string. So in case the guys misspelled this one, and I think sometimes it comes like this, but you can actually check it. I believe behind the scenes it's going to get everything to lowercase and just check if they exist. I didn't go through the method to just check. It says request header. Let's go the rabbit hole, down the rabbit hole. We're just gonna get that. So it's gonna go into request header and get that key that you passed. So no lowercase checking. We can test this once the API is up. But it's going to come as an empty string. So yeah. Alright, so if it's empty, alright, so now let's create a user model. So that's models.user, and I think it's in Couchsurfing. Yeah, that's fine, because I have a ton of models.user everywhere. Alright, so we're gonna go query. So this now comes to that part that I was first typed, like define a global variable that's gonna hold a database connection. So you don't have to connect to the database and create that pool of connections every time. If you create it during init, it's going to stay with you until the application quits. So now we're gonna say app.db and continue with the core query. So we're gonna say app.db where, so this is just core, the where and find and everything you'll see. So we're gonna search where token is this, and let's make sure once it passes the empty string check, we're gonna say token equals to token strings dot to lower. So we just make sure that everything is lowercase. So we're gonna check if token is equal to whatever we have passed, and we're just going to pull out the first. So in Gorm we can do find if we want to find more than one. So it's pretty much going to return an array of, even if it finds only one result, it's going to be an array. And first it's going to just do like a limit 1 on the query. So we're gonna say first, and we have to pass the model as a reference. So it's going, whatever it finds here, it's going to assign it into the models user. We need to check for errors on query. Normally you would do something, I mean, I do something like if query.error does, it's not equal to nil, so we have an error. But in Gorm's case, if it doesn't find results for your query, it's going to return one variable as true, and that variable is query.recordNotFound. So right now, well, the last time I checked, query record not found was doubling as an error. So query.error was different than nil because the error was record not found, and we don't care about this one. We care actually to see if there's an error in the MySQL query. So if query.error is different than nil and record not found is false, so we did find something, actually we would find something, but the query failed somehow. And now comes in the utils package where you say utils, and we're gonna report an error, and we can pass it a location. So we're gonna say auth middleware, and I like to tag my locations with numbers as well. So auth middleware 1, and this one takes the error as a parameter, so it's query.error. Report error, not sure if you guys were present at the beginning. So this one is trying to use Sentry if it exists. So if the environment variables for Sentry are set, it's gonna use those. Otherwise, it's just gonna use logros .error, and it's gonna spit out the error message. In this case, the error message, come on, go away. The error message is location and error, and the error that you've just passed. It's a little bit easier. I mean, it's not easier to use, it's more dry, like this. So do not repeat yourself. It's easier than just putting logros error, and later on if you decide to use another error reporting tool like Sentry but something else, you would have to go through all of them and change them. So this way you do it only in one place, and you're pretty much sure that it changes in the entire application. Alright, so we're going to report the error, and we're just going to say c.abort with status out.code and out. So this step right here, because this one was not called, the out is still on internal server error. So the error here would be internal server error 500. Okay, so if that happens, if the query somehow fails, we can also check if user.id is equal to 0. That means it didn't find any records matching that token. This could also be done with query.recordNotFound. So if this one is true, this one returns a bool value. So if this one is true, then it means no users with this token were found. But I usually like to use if user.id equals 0, since when I created this one, all the data that belongs to the model user, when I declare the variable, goes to default. So all the strings are empty, all the integers are 0. This one, it's an empty location slice, an array, and so on and so forth. Created data and updated data are, I'm not sure what they are, empty times or the current time, I'm not really sure. But yeah, so everything it's basically it's default values. So now if user ID equals 0, that means no user were found. So we can go out of the authorized and pretty much whatever we did here. Let's see. Check if user not using this token. Not token. So now pretty much we found a user. What we can do is see that let's see, this is context. See that. Sorry about that. We can set user UID, user.uid. So we can set this value in the context. Since this one, the context is gonna pass to the next middleware or the handler. So now, on the way to the handler, the middleware checks if we're authenticated. If we're authenticated and everything is okay, we're gonna set the user UID context variable and go into the handler. Now the handler, you can go and say who's authenticated. Just get the user UID variable from the context and we query for the user, and that's it. I think it was set. Yeah, I think it's set. We're gonna see it a little bit later when we're gonna run. So that would be the auth middleware and JSON middleware. Do you guys have any questions up until now? Nothing, okay. That's good. That's always good. Alright, let's start adding the routes themselves. So a.public group, and we're gonna be, so we need to add the authentication route first. So that's going to be a post on /auth, and this post it's going to call the auth handler. It doesn't exist right now, but we're gonna create it in a second. Alright, so let's create the handler anyway, because since we're here, we're gonna go. So even in handlers, we're gonna split the handlers by what they do. So users is gonna be just one file. Users is gonna have all the handlers that pertain to users. In this case, auth is gonna be alone. I don't wanna punch it up with the user handlers. So this is a function auth handler which takes in chain context, pretty much like the middleware, and doesn't have to return anything because we write the context directly, and the context take care of the writer and gives the output to the client. Okay. I usually, for the handlers, I usually like to do something like, let's say, location first is auth handler. And sorry, in the routes here we have handlers dot auth handler. There we go. Export it. Sorry, it has to be auth handler. See, it's a different package. It's the handlers package, so it needs to be exported in order for the middleware to use it. So now capital A. Alright, so I was saying, so location, because I'm gonna use it in the errors pretty much everywhere, so I don't have to just copy paste auth handlers everywhere. Yeah, so I was saying, what I like to do is measure how much time we're spending in the handler code. So for that one, we need to go back a little bit. And yeah, here we have metrics, which is a pointer to, let's not call it also metrics, let's call them Prometheus metrics, which doesn't exist. We're going to create it as a structure. So now we have request metric, which is a pointer to Prometheus, and we need a histogram vector. There we go. If you don't know, Prometheus. So Prometheus, it's a monitoring tool. It's free. You can check events. You can see how many requests in total were successful, how many failed, how much time was spent in a certain handler, or how much time for that request has passed. So you can know where the bottlenecks are. The metrics looks like this, but of course these you can customize. These are queries, these are GraphQL queries actually. So you can, there's tons of already made dashboards available. You can just pull them straight and configure them. For example, even for Golang, I think there's one that measures how many Go routines are running, how the processors are doing, how the RAM is. There's a ton of information you can display to Prometheus. I mean, this is Grafana actually, because Grafana pulls data from Prometheus. Prometheus just exports simple text or a certain special format. So we're gonna use this one just to measure time, but I don't think we're gonna go around and finish the Grafana and Prometheus setup. Maybe if I have time tomorrow, I'm gonna set it up. But just for the second, just to show what my usual flow is, I'm gonna create the variables and leave them like this, because it doesn't mind if it has them created and they are not used. So request metric and handle metric. It's also going to be a Prometheus histogram vec. Alright, so now we need to initialize these. So metrics dot quest metric is Prometheus histogram. I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact thing type. So we're gonna search it. Because that's what we do all day. Research. Yeah, so we need it for a histogram vector. Gonna search that histogram vector, and this one. Get some options and the labels, which is an array of which is a slice of strings. So this is histogram opts. Okay, and ops, and let's see what we have. Namespace, subsystem, name, help. I think we can only use the name. That's fine. So we're gonna say API requests, and we don't need buckets or anything else. And we also need a slice of strings. And the labels are actually, they are partitioning the results. So, you know what? Let's check another project. And we're gonna go with, heck, why not? Let's go with pop. Hey, Michael. Sorry that I didn't see it in time. Welcome to the stream. Let me check another project just for a small second. Because I haven't done it in a while, the one with Command F. Histogram vex, and also there's a slice of string containing, for example, the code that or actually rather the handler and the location, for example. So we will need, let me check actually the what is it? No, it's not here. Oh, it was here in up. So we can go and say log metrics. So the labels are pretty much, you have to pass it in order. So in this case, for the handlers vector, you have to pass HTTP code that it responded. So the handler responded with this HTTP code and the name of the handler. So in our case, for the request, we don't need the handler. We only need, for example, the code, because we need to know how much time was spent in the request and the code. Am I right? Yeah, am I right? Just the code. So we know this call, which responded with 200, spent 1.2 seconds. So Prometheus will start adding them up based on the different handlers. So now it will know that this handler, the average time spent was I don't know, 12 milliseconds or something like that. So it's gonna go and do the math for you, and you just know that there were X amount of requests which took Y amount of hours or seconds or nanoseconds or milliseconds or whatever. Usually it's in seconds. So you know that if you divide the two, you get the average time spent in that handler. You can actually do this. I used to, before using Prometheus, I used to do this in a database. So I was saving the handler name and how much time was spent in that handler by the logic. But you would have to build the custom front end for it to show and calculate what was the mean time between all these times for this handler and that handler. So it's a ton of work, and why not just use something that's professionally done and they know what they're doing. So we're gonna use just the request metric, and I think we have to register metrics dot request metric. This one returns an error. Okay. What we can do is check that error. I'm gonna log rush it out. To register Prometheus metric and also the string error. Actually, you know what, let's include the whole error because we never know what more data we get in there. And the OSX exit, we just gonna panic out because it's at the beginning of the application, so there's no point in continuing here. Alright, so now that we have a metric, and I just realized I'm missing response code, which is an int, and by default a response code equals to status internal server error. And this is also for the metrics logging, so we need to go into general data and say here p.response code equals to status OK. Just gonna copy paste this one all over the place and change the values in a second. Okay, so that part is needed because log metrics needs a pointer to an integer value, and this one is used to actually record the Prometheus values for the code and with the time taken observed. So in this case, for the handlers, this one, the handlers one, was also memorizing the handler name, so you would know how much time was spent in the handlers. Otherwise, you only know how many requests with 200, so how many successful requests were made, how many failed, how many unauthorized, and all the other status codes for HTTP. So for now, we're gonna leave it just the request because I don't think we're gonna have time to set up to set up Grafana on a server just for the metrics part. I will show you guys how Grafana looks in a finished project, so you can see metrics and what's going on. Spying. Caught you spying, man. Yeah, no worries. I don't mind. You can go ahead and copy my code, man, if you want. Alright, so yeah, going back to the authentication header. Alright, so we need to memorize the time that the execution started, and we can use that the Go time package. And then to actually memorize, to actually measure the time spent in that handler, because this one, when we call it, it's going to call time since and the start time that we set. So in order to do that, we're gonna use defer, which is going to wait with the execution until the method is about to stop. So whenever the method is about to exit, so even if we have an error, or even if the method finished executing and everything was okay, before everything is returned to the client, it's gonna run whatever it's in defer, and you can have, I think you can have multiples, but that's okay. So we're gonna call defer up tills. So this is the global value we've created, and now we can say not report error log metrics. So we need to pass it start time, we need to pass it the handler, which is the location, and we needed to pass it an HTTP code. Okay, so that's why I've created this one. So this one lives outside the handlers. So it's a value, you can always refer to this one. Because we added in the data package, in the general structure response, we added the methods, and each method alters its value. So now if we say the response, everything is okay, the response is fine, app.response code is gonna be equal to status okay. So we're gonna send it pointer towards app.response code. So it lives outside because there's no way for us to alter this one based on whatever logic happens down below. This way we use a reference to a value, and down here, for example, we're going to say out. So this is going to be out for auth handler. Now we're going to create them as we bump into them. So the out payload for the authentication handler should be, we're going to create another file here. Out response structure. So this one has general, which is the code error message, and we also gonna have a token, which is a string. I'm not gonna return that much data, so that's it. So code error message and token. Maybe if the front-end guys will need like the user's avatar or the user's name and stuff like that. So let's say, okay, let's say we can return a user as well. Now we have two options. We can use models.user and return the whole user. And if we gonna do it like this, we need a couple of things not being returned to user through JSON. That would be the password. So the password we can just keep it, and this would be the token as well come here, so that's a little bit extra. And the locations, but the location is gonna come empty. But you know what, I think they might need it, because if I go after this one, once I log in, I end up here. So once I log in, I have some data coming from the server, from the auth handler on this leg of the trip. So now I need to present some data. So in order to skip on one of the one extra call to the API, like first authenticate and then call /me to get the data, we can return the user data during the authentication process. This way we're a little bit optimized. So yeah, let's return the whole user object. I don't mind. So that means it's gonna return a new ID. You're gonna have created and updated that, which is okay to have. You're gonna have the UID, first name, last name, email. The password is not gonna be in JSON because it's gonna skip it. Gonna have the avatar, the status. I'm not sure the status we need. We don't need. We are going to need a token. And we're gonna leave locations, but we're not gonna preload them. So yeah, and that's why I said we have two ways to go when we get here. So we can return models user, or if we want to use maybe like a custom object, we can define, for example, or let's say, let's call it default user data, and we're gonna call it user in JSON. So default user data, it's another structure, so we can define it as a struct, and here we can say we only want the UID, which is a string, and in JSON it's going to be UID, the notation in JSON, and we want the first name, and we want the last name, and we want the email, and but why do this when we can return the whole thing? But you have the option, I mean, you don't have to return the whole model if you don't need to. That means a little bit more extra work when you start putting in the values, because you have to go this one equals to that one, this one to so default data.uid equals to user.uid, so on and so forth, all the fields that we need. So let's use models user in this case, and we can remove the token since the user's model already has a token field which comes with it. And you know what, let's call this data, and in JSON also data. Oops, sorry, smaller d. So this is an auth response, and now the auth, it's a data.auth response. Alright, so now because this structure also includes general, we're gonna inherit all the methods on it. So we can go next and say out.default. This will bring out an error. Okay. Let's see. We need to also define an auth request object. So when you create a request to the authentication endpoint, you're gonna send username and password. Those could be packed in JSON and sent as a content type application JSON. So we're gonna have a username, which is a string, which decodes into in JSON is username, and a password, which is also a string, which goes into the password field. So now we come here, we define the default output, and with Gin it's super easy to unpack data. We can just do it in an if. So if error equals to c dot should bind JSON. Oh, and sorry, we need to define the input. So in is data dot auth request. So now we need to point it to the input data. To the final object that is going to unpack the JSON into, and I'm going to show you the other method that we need to go around. This is the short one. So if error difference than nil, then we can actually it's going to be out.bad request, and the message string is failed to bind data, and then see status out.code and out. Okay. So now when this one hits right here and it responds to the client and returns out of the function, just before it exits, it runs also this one. So now because we said out.batRequest, up.request code becomes 400. So when this one executes, it's gonna call logmetrics with the start time, which was recorded when it first entered, the location, which is auth handler, and 400. if it was another error, it would record that error code. It's a little bit, let's do it now because it's going to be used later. Something like that. All right, so the longer way would be to actually create the output, and then we need, let me think, we need to create a buffer to get all the request data. So this is one way of doing it, the gene way, and you can go normal go way, let's call it, would be to create buffer and error, and we can use IOUtil read all, and we're gonna read c.request.body. So now we just read all returns slice of bytes, so everything that was in the request body, whatever you sent, that username and password, which is JSON string, and an error. So now let's say if error different than nothing, then you can give out an error here for not being able to read the request body. Once we have the bytes, we can say if error equals to JSON.unmarshal. So we unmarshal the string of bytes, which is buffer, and we unmarshal it into in. And error different than nil. You can process the error here. So now at this point, you would have inside in, you would have the username and password that were sent. But then you need to go here and actually check again if username and password are different than nothing, and other errors that might come to mind. While with gin, you can go in the auth request and specify here binding is required, and you can actually specify both of them. So username and password will be required fields in this case. Should bind JSON, it's going to check that binding if it's required or not. If they are required, it's going to explode in your face with fail to bind data, pretty much. You can come up with another message here. It doesn't matter. Right now, fail to bind data, it's fine. Because there might be some other errors that occur. So, because Go is type strong, if you, so let's say the auth request should look like this: username, Robert, for example, password, 1, 2, 3, 4. I never use that password, by the way. All right, so this would be fine. If you send it without password, it's gonna blow up because password is empty. If you send it as a number, and Go will know that this is supposed to unpack into a string and it's actually a number, it's gonna blow up in your face again. So yeah, that's pretty much a little bit of data validation, let's say. Of course, you can always go here and say if in that username equals to nothing or in that password equals to nothing. But why waste like 2 CPU ticks just for username and password when you can do it through the binding? I think it's doing it in behind the scenes anyway, so why do it yourself when it does it automatically? Alright, so we got the input and now we can start and check. So we're gonna call a user and then do query where, and username is gonna be the email address. So I think the email address is email. Okay, so emails equals this and it's in dot username. And by the way, we need to do in the username equals to strings to lower in dot username, just to make sure that some crazies are not gonna type it like this. yeah, so it's gonna bring everything down to lowercase and check. And when we create the users, it's gonna be the same thing. We're gonna bring the email down to a lowercase. We keep the password as it is, and we just script it, and that's it. Okay, so now just go out and put the first one into the user object. Just to speed up, I have added a shortcut which is called PQE, and that's the query error. You don't have to type it every damn time. This one was saved on an older project, so now it's app.utils report error, and it's gonna come with the location and the error. And with the location, we can actually do a +1, for example, and now you know that if you see an error with auth handler :1, you know where to go and find it. And this one is out.code and the out. So out in this case would be 500 because nothing altered it on the way here. All right. Again, we can do if user.id equals 0. Then you can go out.get request user account not found. And the code and out. And return. Oops, and I missed the comma there. One thing you can do is, and I've done this in other projects as well, you can add a new folder. I'm gonna call it errors, but that's the general package name. Let's call it ERRC. Alright, and we create a new file, give the name, and say we define a constant which is not found user equals to user account not found. Alright, so we declare a constant string with user account not found. So everywhere in the application where we would need to return this error message, we can use this constant. This way, if you want to change the message, you can change it in one place and just have it change in the whole application. So that would mean errorc dot not found user. I did use not found in front because I like to bundle them up. So for example, we can do multiple constant declaration and we say not found location, for example, and I'll say location was not found, something like that. So you can bundle not found and failures and stuff like that. You can bundle together just to be easier for you to find the messages faster. Yeah, anyway. Alright, so in authentication, okay, so now we found a user by email. We found the first user with that email. We need to check the password. In our database, the password is hashed using bcrypt, so there's no way for us to get it back. But fortunately, bcrypt has a check hash function. So we go if error equals to bcrypt, and we have compare hash and password. So now we need to pass it a slice of bytes containing the hash password, so whatever we have in the database. So that would be a byte. Since we have it in string, we need to convert it to a slice of bytes. So byte, and we have user.password, and now the clear password that we have. So this is also a byte array, byte slice, and we have in.password. Okay, so if those two hash the same way, the error is gonna be nil. Otherwise, the error is not gonna be nil. It's gonna be something. So if error different than nil, can say out dot can go with bad request and a message, and the message is, let's go with errors, and I'm gonna create another bundle here. We're gonna go with invalid credentials. Alright, so now we can go here, see that invalid credentials, and just abort with JSON and return. So let's add some notations here and there. Right, set up default output. Okay, set input payload and extract from request. Try to find user with email. Check the hash password for found user. So now we need to create a fresh token, update the user object with the token, save user object, save user to database. Actually, it's going to be an update, and return to client. This way we would have authentication now. So create a fresh token. We need to create a fresh token. We are going to use the UUID package. By the way, if the microphone is too low, just let me know, guys. So UUID, gonna have to actually not good to call it like that. We're gonna call it user token. Is UUID new v4. We're gonna use version 4 for the UUIDs, and I'm not sure which one it included. No, we don't need this one. This one needs to be Satori. Okay, there's a couple of packages that generate UUIDs. I got used to Satori. They return the UUID pack, the UUID object, and an error in case something goes wrong. So if error different than nothing, actually we're gonna report the error. So that's location 2, because we don't have any other major errors, and the error itself. And then we just abort with status. That's gonna be 500 internal server error. Okay, so now we have the user token. Update the user object with that token, so we can just say user dot token equals to user token dot string, and this will return the string value of that UUID, which by the way looks similar to this one, and it's also ensured that there are no duplicates. Save the user to the database. Okay, we can go 2 ways with this one. So we can go updb dot I think it was, it's updb model and pass the model, and then update column or convert columns, or just update, and you have to pass in the values like this. So in this case would be token, and the value is user token dot string, something like this. But The easier way would be to do app2b.save and you pass the user, since you've already updated that field. So we save the user and now we need to return it. So we say out OK, so right now everything is fine, and out.data equals to user, because out.data is of type model user and user is a model user. That's it. And see JSON out.code and out. Oops. Alright, so that would conclude the authentication. Let me go back now to the main one. So this would run it. Let me make sure that I have, and I'm sorry, but I cannot show you this part because it's all my environment variables here. Let me make sure that they are all set up. So we said we're gonna use, what did we say? We are going to use CS, right? Okay. So CS, I do have them set up, but I don't have them as CS. I have them as HK. Comes from Hackaton, so we're gonna use those. This one with HK as well. So now the API theoretically should be connecting to the database. Now let's try and go to CMD and Couchsurfing and just go run dash dot. Oh, okay, so it exploded on line 37. 37 is the metrics one. Why did it explode here? So request metric, it's a Prometheus histogram. Yeah, that's interesting. Actually, wait, it did explode in 37, but the last error was this one. So for some reason it could not connect to the database, and usually invalid memory address or nilpotent difference, but we are going to get and fix it. So we connect to the database with all the HKs. So all the HKs. We have HK SQL user, SQL pass, host, port, and name. What's the flipping problem then? No, let's suspend this one for a second. Let's see if it runs without it. Huh, so it was that one. Okay, so the engine is running in debug mode, and we do have one endpoint opposed to the auth, which goes to the auth lander. We could always test this one with PO. I'm gonna remind me later. I don't care. Let me create a new local project. So we're running it on localhost and 5000. So HTTP 27001 on 5000, and it's the auth, and it's a post, and the body, it's a JSON format with 2 keys. One is username, one is password, and go. See, it's exploded in our face with 400, failed to bind data. So now we say test.com and 1234. Okay, now we have another user account not found. So it went through the query, it executed everything, and it ended up here. Now let's grab a username from the database. Let's get this guy, first one, and his password, and we get a clear one because this one is the hashed, so we are not supposed to send the hashed. And voila, 200. Okay, we have ID1, created that, updated that from the database. We have their UID, first name and last name, email address, no password, it's kept. We have the avatar, and we have the token, which if we check the database, this guy now should have the token. If we refresh the data, now it has a token. The rest of the guys that did not authenticate it do not have that token. Alright, so we get the token and null locations because we don't have any locations and we haven't preloaded them anyway. One way of not returning a null would be over here to say out data.locations is equal to make an array, a slice of models.location with 0 entries. And now if I stop and start it, and by the way you can observe the errors also in your console. Just one second. So now if I stop and start it and get this guy again, the token has changed, but location became an array. If I go to a raw response, you can also see locations. It's an empty array, so there's no locations here. And this would be a good point to actually demonstrate link between those modules. So I can go preload locations. So now I'm telling it to actually preload this as well. So I'm gonna stop it and start it again. So with Go, since it runs in binary form, you have to stop it and start because it recompiles the whole application with the new changes. It's not on the fly like doing it with PHP like in interpreted script. Right, so going back to this one, if I reload, I should get one location. I should, but I'm not, because I did this, which was stupid. So we're gonna leave it like this. What we can do is say if user dot location is equal to nil, just create an empty array. Now stop it and start it and call again. All right, so now we have a location. Sorry about that. We have a location which is ID1, created, updated, user ID because it's the same UID, city ONS in Norway, the postal code, we have latitude and longitude, we have a status, and we have a surfable because the location is couch surfable. Pretty much all of them are right now in the database. So yeah. So now we can actually extract the location as well, like my locations, or any other data that we might need on the first screen. Like this example, we have places visited or friends made. These data can be extracted when you log in, and the front-end client can actually save. If it's a web client, let's say, they can save it in local storage and just have them there, so it doesn't create another query into the server. This way, we're a bit more optimized, and there's not that much network traffic. Okay, let's see. So now we have authentication done. Let me organize this. We can move on with the rest of the things. So authentication, this was the login, which is open. Another open endpoint would be the signing up, and we can create this one as well. Okay, so we still add it here. It's also post to, let's call it sign up. So it's like this. So now it's handlers, not sign up, handler. And we're gonna bundle up with the auth because it's pretty much in the same ballpark area. Import context, I'm gonna leave it so. Okay, right now I'd like to take like a 5-minute break. I'm gonna leave the code here and come back and continue. So my expectation for tonight's stream would be finish the sign up and start giving out data for the map. And let me see, maybe we get up to this one and the messages. I'm really sure it's not that much if I look at it, but yeah, we'll pretty much see. And I'm bundling the map and the list of developers from that map because grouping of the pins will be done by the front end. So I'm going to send them a list of users with their locations, and the map will do the grouping of the pins. So technically, clicking on a pin will give you exactly the same data. So yet another call saved there. This one will be the details, which is easy enough, and the message sending and receiving without going too complicated into notifications, like push notifications for mobile or for web. I know there's notifications, but I'm not sure if they are from the server side or not. So without going too deep into that, the message part should be easy because it's just sending messages, queuing them into the database. The other client will have to access to another endpoint, which is get. So this is the most simplest way of doing it, with checking temporarily like a heartbeat to see if there are new messages or not. But since this is just an MVP, we're not gonna go too deep into that, so I'm hoping this one will be ready as well. This one, it's my messages, pretty much almost like this, but it's just all the messages that I received. This again is a really simple one. Edit profile is a bit more complicated, but that's fine. And invitations hopefully tomorrow. But yeah, I think we'll have, I think there is going to be some time for Grafana tomorrow on the server side. I haven't decided what server I'm going to use yet, so we'll see. Maybe tomorrow we'll have a server all set up, and we're gonna put it somewhere live. For now, it's going to run on my computer, and I can actually migrate it outside using ngrok. But anyway, I'm gonna take a 5, 10, maybe maximum 10 minutes break, and I'm gonna get back to the coding. Thanks guys for the support up to now and for being present. I'll be right back. Okay, and I'm back. Let's see, where did we left off? So we have authentication all working correctly. Now we need to create a sign up. The start, it's pretty much the same. Getting the location and getting the start time and deferring the log metrics. It's up. Details, log metrics, start, location, and the HTTP code, which is the response code. All right. Oh, and OBS is acting up again. All right, back in business. Yeah, so we have location, start, and deferring logging. Sign up handler, at least in my opinion, should return at least this part. So from here to this one. So from the user, from the moment they send name, email, and password up to here, we should return token, because the create profile is gonna be private one, so we don't get spammed out. Okay, and so we need a token, we need pretty much whatever auth it's sending back. So why not use the same one? But you know what? Let's do like this. So type sign up request structure, and we're gonna need name, email, and password. So name, it's gonna be a string. And then email, it's also gonna be a string. And a password, which is going to be also a string. And we say that actually all of them are required. No beating around the bush. Okay, so the sign up request is this one, and we are going to have a sign up response, even though I said they are gonna be similar because they need to send pretty much the same data. I'm going to create a separate one because at some point we might need sign up to return something else extra or less than this one. So not to tie ourselves to auth response and alter both of them, we're gonna set it up since the beginning. So you have to look a little bit into the future as well and maybe anticipate some of the possible needs. So out, it's going to be sign up response, and we're gonna say out default. We can pretty much copy paste this part. Don't have to type it again. Only this is sign up request. So now in the email, as we said in the beginning when we were doing the authentication flow, this one we need to bring the email to lowered. All right. Things to do right now during sign up, we need to check for duplicate accounts. So usually that means with the same email address. So we don't allow the same email address to register twice. So check for a duplicate account. If nothing is wrong there, we can go ahead and create the user account and create a token for it. A user, and so create the user account object, just the object for the moment. Yeah, he caught you, man. How are you guys doing? What's your progress? Since you obviously don't mind watching my problems. So create a token for the user and save user to database. And he left. Save the user to the database and return to client. Return data to client. Yeah, so this is what we need. So we say var duplicate. Need some models.user. Now we have a query where we check in female equals to whatever they passed. We're gonna say first in duplicate. I'm gonna use PQE and change this one a little bit. So this is the first major error. Query error, and this is, you know what, I can go ahead and say preferences. I have templates for Go. Should have PQE somewhere here. There we go. And this one is gonna be up.deals and report error. Without error here, just apply and OK. So now I can go PQE tab and we get our code. Okay, so now we're checking. So if duplicate dot ID is greater than 0, so if we found a user with the same email address, we need to go out pet request and we say ARS duplicate account. Now we need to define this one. Visually build another bundle here and say his email address is already in use. Alright, so pet request and abort and return. That is it. Now we know the user is not a duplicate account. So we can say user equals models.user. Remove the general because we don't need to populate it. So we need to create a token. So user, actually we need to create a user UID first. Before. I'm just gonna go and copy paste this part. This is the second error, but it's not query error, it's just simple. And abort with status, and that's it. So now we have an user UID. So that's user UID.string. Okay, first name and last name. We are only requesting them for a full name. So we need to split it up. Fortunately, we already have that. So we're gonna say split split name is split name and the name, so e.name, and split name returns a struct, and that struct has first name and last name inside. Now it's really easy to access them. So first name, we say it's split name dot first name and split name dot last name. The email we already have, it's in dot email. Oops. The password we need to hash, so this will be hashed. Actually, it's gonna be a string out of hashed password, then you'll see why in a second. Okay, so here we create user UID. Split into first last name. In case of three names, like John, I don't know, John Doe something. Give me a family name. Andrews, for example. Okay, so in this case, the first name is going to be John Doe and the last name is going to be Andrews. So it splits them by space, and then takes the last one and assigns it to the last name, and whatever it's left in front of that, it's going to be first name. Just a side note. And this is create a user object. Okay, and now we need to hash the password. So we said we are going to use bcrypt. Now we go if error is equal to bcrypt generate from password, and we need to go in pass a slice of bytes from whatever they sent us, and we need to assign it the cost as well for the encryption, and we're gonna use the default one, which is bcrypt.default cost. Now if error is different than nil, we have a problem, and we can just report the error and fail. And this one is complaining because ERR, so the error variable, it's already assigned here, so we don't need to reassign it. Why? Oh, so it's not. Oh, it's returning a byte and an error. Sorry. So it's hash password ERR, and this one goes in an if. It's equal to okay, and now like that. So hash password, it's a new it's a new variable, so you need to assign it with colon equals. Okay, so now this one returns a slice of bytes, which is actually this one in bytes value. So by calling string on it, it's going to transform it into this. Okay, the avatar we're gonna leave empty because we don't have an avatar during sign up. The status is going to be 0 because, and now I'm just thinking, when they first create an account, the status is 0, the account is not valid yet. Once they go and create a profile, so this is pretty much like edit profile, it's gonna be pretty much the same. Once they do edit profile, their account becomes active and they will be able to be found in search. So we're gonna leave it at 0, and we need the initial token for them. So generate token. So we're gonna say token UID. It's gonna be new view. before. We can just copy this one and go with 4. So that's the 4th error point. And now we just grab this one and put it in to string. And the locations we don't need for account generation, account creation. This one was already done. Save the result of the database. So it's up.db.create, and we pointed to a reference of the user model. This way, when the create is being called, it's gonna automatically populate ID with the next ID in the database, created it and updated. And since this one we kind of need them to go back, we send the reference to that user object. So now, once this one is over, user.id, it's gonna be equal to something coming from the database. So now we say out.ok, so everything is fine, and out.data, it's equal to the user. And sorry about that, we can actually go out.data dot over here. Out.data dot locations is an empty slice of that's that location 0. Then JSON out of there. Out. Okay. That's pretty much it for creating an account. Save it. Restart API. Now we can test it. So this one was authentication. Now I'm gonna duplicate it and I'm gonna say sign up. So this is sign dash up, I think. Yep, sign up. Yeah. Sign up, no headers, the body contains name. It's gonna be, say, my name. Password, which is gonna be, I don't know, something. And we also need email. So email, it's going to be, I don't know, example.com. Let's see. All right, 200, okay. I get the data, my ID in the database, internal ID in the database is 534, so we can go into the database and refresh the data, just sort it backwards, and there you go. Okay, the UID, first name, last name, email, there's no avatar. We could set up like a default image for the avatar, but for now that's fine. Maybe the front end will take care of that. We have the token, which we can also verify. It's the same one, and status 0. And there's no locations. So pretty much works. Now we can call it again with the same data, just to check if the duplicate error is showing. And there we go. This email address is already in use. We got the 400 bet request. There's no data here, and we can check there's no other account with the same name and email address. So that concludes the create account. Now we can move into the private ones. The private ones, we can get rid of create profile right here, because it's going to be easier, and it's going to also solve this one. So we pretty much get rid of 2 screens in one endpoint. Let's go and create the endpoint here. So this is under private, and we're gonna say it's a post to, let's call it update profile. Handlers dot update user profile. Like this. Now I'm gonna create a separate handler file just for users. It's gonna be users and a function which takes gene.request. Come on, gene.context. Sorry. Okay. Same thing as before. We can grab the first 3 lines. So this is update user profile. And by the way, over here we have a handler with a capital A and sign up handler. Okay. So update user profile. Says this one is a private one. We know that it already passed the middleware, so we know which user is logged already. We could create a helper over here. So we said helpers. So create a function. Get user, or let's call it user data. The crazy guy is outside already started with what you call them? Damn it, it's on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, so load user data. Come on, and we can pass. Not sure we can pass token. No, we can pass UID as a string and return a pointer towards models.user. So we do this one and it needs to be exported. We did this one because right here we know that it already passed the middleware, so it's authenticated. And in the middleware, if you remember, we were saving this key, user UID. So now we can say, actually, you know what? The helper will return models user and an error. Error. So in case something goes wrong, we can come back with an error, and we can do error check here instead of doing it in all the methods. So we say logged user, comma, error is load user data, see that get string and user UID, same string. So now if this one errors out, it's gonna throw out an error. We can actually, right now the function doesn't do anything, but we'll populate it in a second. So if error different than nil, deals report error, location +1, and error, and report error. Oops, we haven't defined out yet, but we will. Now we need that here. So for an update user profile, I usually like to return 200 okay, and that's it. So it was updated successfully. There's no point in returning the data back because you just sent me the data. So I'm gonna say out is data.general, and then our default. So now now here we actually have logged user. So this is just a trick for Go whenever you're not using the variable right now, because if I were to run like this, I'll get an error and it's not going to compile because it's an unused variable. But because you assign it to nothing, it's technically used. Yeah, anyway, so we have the logged user. Now, because they are supposed to send me an avatar along with the rest of the data, what the front end will post will not be a JSON body. So let's duplicate this one, for example. So it's update profile, and it's a post to, what did we say it's going to be? Update profile. Okay. So it's update profile post, but the body it's going to be a multi-part type content, because we need at some point to send the avatar, which avatar is going to be of type file. Let's pick a file. So what do we need to send? See, spare rooms, for example, we don't have it in the database anywhere. So we would need to add this one. We don't have a bio as well. We don't have a wish list, and invite, not really sure what we should be doing here. So let's just screw the invite. And just 1 second. Yeah, so we don't have a bio, we don't have a wish list, not really sure what the wish list should contain. So we just gonna ignore it for the moment. We don't have spare rooms, but we can always add them in the locations, since the spare rooms will be connected directly to that location. So my home is in Norway, it's in Orns, and I have 2 spare rooms, or 4, or whatever. So we're gonna modify this table, and we're gonna add them here. Spare rooms. It's gonna be an integer and default 0. Alright, so now we need to also update the models. So so Go is aware of the extra field. So it's in locations. We have spare rooms, which is an integer, and that's it, spare rooms. Alright, cool. Okay, so we have the spare rooms now. Don't need middleware anymore. We actually need the helpers. We need to finish this method. So we're gonna do pretty much what we did with the duplicates. We're gonna have models.user, and we're gonna have a query where UID is equal to this, and we have the UID and the first out into user. And now if the queries are gonna error out, we're not going to report the error here because we said we're gonna report it in the other method. We're not gonna abort with status because this is not that type of thing. So now we can return a nil because there's no user model, and we can return the query.error, which is of error type. Okay, now if user.id equals to 0, so no user found. We can again return nil, but this way now we get to create our own error. So errors that new. We're gonna use GitHub package errors. Errors not new, and I think we had not found user account not found. There we go. We can return that string. Otherwise, we are going to return a pointer towards user, and the error is going to be nil. Alright, so now we're going to do this. If the error is different than nil, then we can report the error and get out of the handler this way. If not, we will have a logged user. Let's see, one more time. So the location, the spare room, bio and wish list. We have the spare room. We could create a new location object. We can set up the user UID based on c.getString user UID. Now we have too much data here and not enough coming from the application. What can we do? We know we're gonna receive spare rooms. So spare rooms are going to be, that's going to be a string coming. So whenever it's a multi-part or a form URL encoded type of content that's coming, all the parameters that we are going to get are going to be strings. So even though they send clear numbers or whatever, they end up being strings on our side. For example, we can say spare room string equals c param, and it's gonna be spare rooms. So now we have a string, but we need to convert it. We are going to use strconf. So spare rooms error is strconf, and we're gonna parse for an int, and the string is spare room strings. The base is 10 and the bit size is 64 because we need an int 64. If anything goes wrong, we can go back, we turn out bad request and say invalid spare rooms number. And this one we define into errors. Spare rooms number is an invalid format, or spare rooms number format is invalid. There we go. So spare room number is invalid. So if anything goes wrong and it's not an integer, it's gonna kick out this error, and we just abort and get out of here. So this one now we can go and say it's bedrooms, and you can see it's an int64. Vars bedroom, it's an int64. Exactly what we needed for the database. Okay. Status, it stays gonna be set to 1 because we said if they update their account, it's gonna be set to 1. Surfable, we're gonna set it by default to 1. That's good. City and country. So we are going to need. Let's build it here. So we're gonna need a city, a country from the front end. Not gonna need an email. So we need a city, we need a country. So we're gonna grab it straight from there. I'm guessing the front end will be able to do based on a pin dropped on the map. They will be able to extract the city and the country. So get string country, since we're gonna use Google Maps on the front end. Postal code, I think also it's gonna come from the front end, so let's add it to the list. Yeah, I don't know. I remember that one. It's somewhere in the US. So postal code, we said it's going also to be a string, so that's fine. Oh wait, that's not get string, sorry, that's param, my bad. Okay, and this one is param and postal code. Latitude and longitude, again, they're gonna come from the front end. So we're gonna say lat and or lng actually. I'm gonna send this 00 for now. So these in the database are floats, so we need to go with parse float. So actually, you know what? I can go do like that and get rid of one variable. So attitude is strconf parse float, the string, it's gonna be not, and the bit size is gonna be 64. Sorry, 64, it's outside this one. Come on. 65. There we go. Now if error goes wrong, we say invalid latitude, or yeah, we can go with each individual message. This way we know where we messed up. So invalid latitude coordinate, and we can create invalid longitude as well. Okay, going back to this one. So we got the lat and we get the longitude as well. It's LNG. Now we can just plug them here. Latitude and longitude. Okay, so we have pretty much why type location as type string in assignment. What? Oh, it's the same variable. Okay, user location. Go. And now it's just complaining that it's not used. So if everything is up, it's okay up to now, we can go just up tp create and user location. And that's wait, that's not it, but yeah, we're gonna finish it in a second. So out.okay and JSON out.code and out. We kinda forgot to update the avatar. Let me see if I remember. It was something with no c.file. It was save uploaded file. But that's a multi-part file header and destination string. So let's check. We can close these. So we say gene file upload. How to process image upload files. Let's go with this one. Single file. Okay. So it's a file and error form file, and this is, I'm guessing it's the name of the parameter in the post. Like we set it up here as avatar, and then it just uploads the file into the location. Okay. Actually, we can grab the code from these guys and slightly modify it a little bit. I'm gonna grab the file before we create everything, and this is avatar. And if anything goes wrong, we go with pet request and we say invalid file, invalid avatar file. Maybe we will have other file uploads in the future. Invalid file upload. And by the way, we haven't used this one because I forgot, and the error is longitude. Okay, so invalid avatar file, we're gonna go out, and that's about it. Then if that one is valid, this is going to return the actual name of the file that we've uploaded. It's better if we, I think it's gonna be okay if we use the UID of that user, since that one doesn't change, to keep the file names. This way they keep unique, and there's no way to create any shenanigans when you upload a new file. Give me a sec. Yeah, so we will need the base one, but we will need it to actually extract the extension. So we're gonna have split name is strings dot split, and we're gonna split the file name based on a dot, and extension, it's going to be split name, and we need to go So split name now, it became a slice of elements. So for example, for a file we call avatar.png. This one is going to contain avatar and png. For something like my.avatar.png, it's going to be a slice of my avatar and png. But we're only interested in, and god damn it, Chrome didn't go back again. Hang on just 1 second. I'm gonna need a better solution for tomorrow. There we go. So we split the file name using a dot. So in case of avatar png, we have a slice of strings like this. In case of this one, we'll have my avatar png. So we actually need the last piece, and we can grab it from the slice with the index. But since we don't know, we know how long is the slice, and all the slices have a 0 index. So this would be 0, this would be 1, and this would be 2. But we know that the length is equal to 3. So we can go split name of length of split name. So that would give us 3 minus 1. That would give us the last one always. Only the last element. Alright, so we say new file name is equal to logged user.uid, and we can go with fmt as printf because I don't like adding strings. So this would be the UID dot the extension. So this is the UID, this is the extension, and the new file name is going to be whatever the UID is dot whatever your extension was, PNG, JPG, GIF, GIF, however you wanna pronounce it. So now it's gonna save it. So save upload file. We're gonna need to pass the file which we got above, and we need to pass a destination. So this gets a bit tricky because we get to save the files on our server, which I usually do not do. I usually use like an S3 bucket and on Amazon and just upload everything to the S3 bucket. This way we get nice HTTPS links. We can route them through CloudFront, which will take care of the content delivery network. They can use their own content delivery network, their own CDN, have it available for everyone faster than just on my server, which let's say it's hosted in Germany, and someone from US is not gonna have that good of a connection to get it fast enough. I don't have an S3 bucket prepared, so we just gonna dump it into where? We can dump it into the temp folder of the server for now. Still don't like it. We could create like they have right here, like a public folder or an upload folder and host it there. You know what the heck? Let's complicate ourselves and gonna log in into Amazon and create a new S3 bucket. think that's the better solution. Okay. So we're going to create an couch surfing bucket. Next. Sorry, I cannot show you this, but yeah, you get the idea. Alright, so we now have an S3 bucket, which is called couch surfing. Anyway, we need to set up a new path which will be /tmp/ the new file name. We're gonna use sprintf again and use a string which will be file name. All right, so we're gonna drop it into new path. So it's going to be dropped into the temp folder. And from there, for now, leave it like this. I'm gonna store them in TMP. I will add it tomorrow, but I just want to get done with this one. Actually, AWS session, AWS new session, new AWS session. Yeah, we don't. No. No. Create session. What the hell? AWS is okay. API reference. Let's check S3 upload straight away. S3 example. And now you have to create a session, and then you have to create a client, and we could go with pre-signed ones. We're not gonna bother the bucket, it's set as public right now. Oh yeah. And we need to upload. So the upload uses an S3 manager. Alright, so we need to create a session and a new session. So by default, AWS uses 2 environment variables to start, and those environment variables are AWS _ secret key. I remember exactly. Let's see, AWS session. So the first one that tries to use is environment variables. You can configure it to use a shared credential file or a shared configuration file, or you can actually specify the credentials yourself, like it's a new static one. So you can specify the region if you want, but we're gonna go with environment variables because again, they are easy to set up on the server. And if I'm not wrong, I do have, let's see, I do have some environments variable set up somewhere. Yeah, I do have some environment variables. I think they are the correct ones. So we're gonna create a session and then we're gonna create an S3 manager. So let's get rid of this thing and save upload file to the new path. If anything goes wrong, we're gonna say that we couldn't save the file. Failed save file. Define this one. We don't have a fail, so let's create another bundle here. Fail to save file to drive. Okay. We don't need the auth anymore. We don't need this one. We definitely don't need this one. No general, no helpers. Okay, we're back here. So we are around if we couldn't save it. So now we need to create AWS session. A session new, and we need to select the AWS one. Look, this one is correct. Okay, and this one returns an error as well. And the new session accepts AWS config. Okay, we're gonna get back to that in just 1 second. Actually, we can tell it to fill all fields, but there's a ton of fields. So we don't need this one, no credentials, no endpoint, no region. Region is AWS string. So AWS string just creates a pointer to a string, the string that you pass in. So AWS string US West 2. No. We don't need anything. Just this. If I don't define nothing, then we have an error, but it's not a bad request. Just going to say turn out server error, so we are going to report it. And the location is location plus whatever was last plus 1. It was 1, now it's 2. So location and the error, and it's gonna go out with internal server error, and we got the report on Sentry if we ever get to configure it. If not, we're gonna get it in the logs. Okay, so now that we have the session, we need to create the S3 client. S3 this is how they use it. Create a session and S3 should be somewhere here. We can use the session must for the error, but maybe like this we control the error ourselves. So they use an S3 manager. I'm guessing this guy is already configured. So S3 manager. Yeah, there's an SD manager there. So we can pretty much use their code and modify it a little bit. AWS session. We're gonna open the file, but this one needs to get the whole path. So the path is new path. This is in TMP, where we just saved it from the client. If there's an error, we can just report it and bail out. So we can go 3 and the error and return. Okay, now we have a result, an uploader, upload, and the bucket. The bucket, we're gonna say get env output deals. There's no options available. Let's see, how do we have the configuration? So this is not exported. See, this is one problem, because I set like environment prefix, but only for the utils is gonna be HK. So we pretty much can use the same one, hard coded, or we can just go where we created the options and say environment prefix, which is a string, and it's a prefix. Damn it. Okay. Now when we start the API, we can go HK. And somehow we need to also tell it. Actually, no, this doesn't help us at all. Let me think for a second. Yeah, we're gonna go with OS getenv. It doesn't help us because there's no reference for the API object in the handler. So there's no way to get to that configuration variable. So we're just gonna go with HK avatar bucket name. So this one we need to configure. Let's say export to be, let me say it is couch dash surfing. So it's couch dash surfing. So now at least this terminal has it. You can actually go and edit the global file. Copy this one from here, put it into global file, so this way the whole system knows it. And just use source to refresh it. So now if I go echo this variable, it's gonna say couch surfing. So the system will know it. And it's get env, and why does it not like it? Oh, because it needs to be an AWS thing. That's why. Okay, and now the key. The key on S3 is usually the file name. We already have it calculated here because it's the one using the user's UID. So we're going to just plug that one in. The body is whatever the OS open-read, so that's a buffer of bytes. And we also need to provide an ACL. And the ACL, as far as I remember, was a string. Yeah, so it's an aws.string, and I think it was public read, if I remember correctly. So now, if error is different than nil, then we know we messed it up, or the upload messed it up. We have location 4 with the error. And actually we don't need a result because there's nothing to do with it. And there's nothing new on the left. We don't need a result because if we were to use a pre-signed URL, then that result would contain the pre-signed URL. So we could just extract it from there. In this case, we can use another environment variable and say user.avatar. Log user. No, avatar is printf. So it's going to be the environment variable slash another string. So that's where's getenv gonna be hk avatar cdn, and we're gonna set that one in a second. And new file name. So now this one, I'm gonna set it up. Just 1 second. I actually need to create a cloud front for that S3 bucket. Gonna take a second. Create a distribution for the couch surfing S3 bucket. Blah blah. We don't need anything. We don't need anything, and that's it. Create distribution. Alright, so if we go, wait, I need to upload it, update it. So if we go echo, no, avatar CDN, we get the CloudFront address for where all the avatars will be uploaded. Okay. Right, with the new file name. So now we can go app.db save logged user to update the avatar, and appdb create user location. We save the location and then out OK, and everything will be fine. So now comes the interesting part, testing it. Go run that. So compile time, no errors, that's good. And now we need to send this file, this postal code, latitude and longitude, they are 0. That's fine. What else did we need? Nothing else. Oh, one thing we forgot actually was once the upload is done, so over here I need to say os.remove and new path. This one returns an error. but we're not gonna exit a client, not gonna exit to client actually. If we get the error, we just report it and that's it, because this is a minor issue. It's more like a warning to let the developers know that the file was not removed from the local file system. This in time could lead to the hard drive getting full if you were to have so many developers. The size of the upload, on the other hand, we can control from the front end, or we can control from Nginx straight away. So from the web server, we can say that's the maximum allowed post size. So this way, we don't have to bother in Go and check if the file size is greater than, I don't know what. Hang on, this one is like that. Okay, so now we have that. Remove the file. Just break it and run. Okay. We have a file, we have city, country, postal code, we have everything that's needed, and just go and call it. Whoa. Oh yeah, I forgot. So, good example. The middleware just kicked us out with invalid credentials because we haven't set up any headers. So because this was protected, now we're gonna need to go into the database, but in this we need to set up XAPI token, and since we can, let's see, the sign up, we used this email and this password, so we can authenticate, grab our token. Now we go to update profile and we set the token. Spare room numbers is invalid because we don't have it. Spare rooms 1. And again, same thing. Let's see what the log say. It don't say anything. Why? Oh, because we just errored out to the client, we didn't report it an error. Let's report the error. This will mess up our tags, but what the hell? It's better to know what's going on. So this is 2, this is 3. This is 4. 5. Now we come to 6. Now we have 7, 8, 9, 10. That's about it. And rerun the call, and the log should contain more information. So update user profile number 2, strconf parseInt, parsing nothing, invalid syntax. So I know we're sending spare rooms, and it is expecting under 2. Spotted a problem there. It's expecting spare rooms. Okay, let's do spare rooms string ac.param spare rooms. We can log it out just to be sure that it's arriving, and then use it here. And let's try again. Okay, same error as expected. So it's not arriving. It's a multi-part, what the hell? And I am sending it because it's here. Oh, it's not params. Multi-part. Foreign values. Oh, wait. Param, it's from the query params. I think this one is a form. Get post form, no. Or something. Ah, damn it. It's post form. C.post form. There we go. Yeah, so param, c.param is in case you have an URL which is .com or whatever, and param equals something. So then you can use c.param and the name. In this case would be param. Yeah, my bad. So it's post form. That's why it wasn't arriving. The form file is okay, and that's about it. Okay, another error. Access denied on what? Tag number 9. Tag number 9 is here. So we don't have any S3 access. Huh. Okay. That means my keys are not set correctly, which I can attempt to reset. Give me a second. So it's key ID and key secret. As far as I remember, those are the defaults. Key ID and access key. Okay, let's try it one more time. Oh, same error. Oh, of course, why not? I'll fix it in a second. Just need to find the correct access keys. should look okay. Fine. For all the marbles. Nope. No marbles. Let's see if the bucket is set to public or not, or did I forget to set it? Oh yeah, I forgot to set it, of course. Duh. So permissions, block public access is off. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So now it should work straight away. And no. Same thing. All right. In the same location, access denied. This is bugging the hell out of me. Credentials. I'm gonna go credentials. New. Credentials. So now, or was it new? New shared? No. New static credentials. Okay, so we need to get OS get env, and they are AWS access key ID and OS get env AWS secret key access key and no token. All right, let's try it this way. Either way it has to work. Oh, empty static creds. What, are you insane? Oh wait, these need to be a pointer and this one returns. So it returns a pointer. So what the hell? Oh, I know what the problem is. Duh. Two different terminal windows. I hope. Could be wrong. Could be right. There we go. Success. So, if we go to user, go to content, and we get ours, and we have a new URL here for avatar. So this one is UID 92936 DBE, 92936 DBE. So if we get this one and we plump it into a browser, There we go. And it's my avatar. So that works. Okay. Let me close out these things. I think the default one was actually checking for a file which is located in your home folder .aws.credentials, and what I have there right now are different than these ones. So yeah, at least this one works. We set it up, we create, and we save everything. So now we pretty much can get rid of this screen, and we can also get rid of this one, since we didn't check if the location was created or updated successfully. So we're gonna check that one now. But yeah, this is our UID. No city, no country, no postal code, and that's not good. So this one tries to create the user location, but this is an update. So we need to check if it's the first time we're running it, we need to create it. Otherwise, we need to update it. So that changes the flow a little bit. So we're gonna go user location. Location. I need to do a query. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do a query. We are going to use the logged user one, where it's a load user data, and we are going to preload locations. The problem is now this one returns a slice of locations, but we can only update one. So that changes the models a little bit, that it's going to return only one location. It's not going to return multiple ones. So because we changed this one now, we need to go back into the auth data. Actually, no, we don't. No, that's fine. We need to find whatever we said make an array. So this one is not gonna be make an array anymore. It's not gonna be anything. And the other one as well. Pretty much because this is going to be location, not locations. So yeah, we're just going to retrieve one location and only one, and this way if the guy has no locations, this is going to be ID equal to 0. If it has a location, it's going to be a different than 0. So we can use that one. We pretty much drive the logic here. Okay, so we say if logged user dot location dot ID equals to 0, then okay, create the location. Else we are going to update it, and we are going to update it right. I'm gonna grab this one, gonna plump it into here, and we need to update it, so it's going to be location, rather user location. It's logged user dot location. That's an extra S. And now we say user location dot city equals to, this is not param here, and I'm guessing that's why it didn't want to work earlier. We said was form post form. No, find a couple of more here. So city post form, and we have country, postal code, latitude, longitude, spare rooms, and surfable we're gonna leave by default one. Yeah, so we have country, which is country. We have postal code, which is postal code. And we have latitude, longitude, and spare rooms. Our latitude is this, longitude, and spare rooms. And then we can say app.db.save user location. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, let's rerun it and try to update it again. This one we're gonna say it's the same avatar, nothing changed, and we bumped it to another problem. Can preload field locations. Oops. In the helper we preloaded locations, so it's gonna be location. Okay, right again, and it looks that it's okay. All right, so it's taking a bit too long to upload everything, so it's it's pretty much 5 seconds going back and forward. So this could be a big bottleneck if we have 100 users doing the same thing at the same time. What we can do is so we already have the file name, we already have everything. So we can just say launch this part into a Go routine. And I just created the inline function for all this. So now, and we're gonna pass the, so there's no point in, since this one is gonna run independently in the background, the main execution pretty much may have finished by the time the upload is finished. So we're not going to need a port, just gonna need to report the error and return, and that's it. This one, but it's pretty obvious because it returns anyway, so yeah. So this one runs now in parallel. So when it comes to the upload part, it's gonna launch it into the background and it's gonna continue down the road. Because we have the CDN, we have the new file name. If this one fails, we're still going to have an avatar link, but it's not going to spend 5 seconds there or whatever it spends. Let's test it out. Okay. And 3.9, we just recovered 1 second. Why? Recover 1 second because it spends time. It shouldn't spend time saving the file. That's almost nothing, and the file is small enough. Let's do something else. That's a good example. So we have logras info. Actually, I'm gonna put it here. Starting file operations. Add file from form. Saved file to disk. Created AWS session. Opening the file. You know what? I think that's the file header. Wonder if we get file name size. Let it open. I think we could open the uploaded file, so we jump over this one. But anyway, and now we have launched coroutine, and we're gonna add a star in front. Finished upload. And this one here is updated user object, and over here we can say created location and created location and updated location. Save. Let's see what the bottleneck is. Okay. So what the hell is states are that long? Hang on. I'm gonna do it in parallel so we see both of them. One more time. So we state like a ton of time on the or up until launch coroutine. So it's not going into the background fully. Why? We can do something else. Go upload file, and upload file it's going to be new path and new file name. Okay, so we're gonna create another helper. Upload file, which is not gonna return anything because it's pretty much a coroutine. And we're gonna move all the logic. So upload file, it takes up path and file name. So we're gonna call them the same way, path and new file name. Both of them are string. Okay, but we need to actually get the whole AWS session and the uploader and everything. into there, because we can pretty much use this one to just so this one is going to report the error, and the location is going to be upload file, like that, and locations one is just gonna pop out. We don't need the log grasses anymore. It's gonna take time, it's gonna take time. There's nothing you can do. And this is location 2. Upload manager, these guys can stand. For example, we can actually use this one to send a bucket name, which is also a string, so we can tag it here. Oops. So bucket name. And go here, where we call it, it's going to be the OSXenv bucket name, like that. So this way we get a method, and this is going to be bucket. We get a method that we can use in other places to upload files to S3. So it's going to create a session, it's going to configure the uploader, it's going to open the file that we pass it. So this could be any file that we just received through an upload. It's going to configure the upload, and it's going to execute it. So pretty much that's it, and it's going to remove the file. Gonna be 4, and that's about it. So on this one we just go upload that file into the background. Again, we have the same issue that if the upload fails, we are going to have an invalid URL, but that's something we have to live with right now at this point. What we can do right now, I mean, in the future, is create either a function that will upload the file and also update the user. So we need to give it a pointer to a user, but that becomes a little bit like upload avatar. So a separate method just for the avatar, and it's gonna update the user as well. So you can pass it logged user over here. It's gonna update it when it successfully finishes. Otherwise, it's not gonna touch the existing entry. All right. So why is this one red? Hey, what the hell? There's no. That's strange. I didn't set any breakpoints, so not sure why is it red like that. That's really odd. Yeah, let's rerun it and see what's going on. This time it should go by faster. Okay, still 3 seconds. It's kind of too much for a simple update. Even if you consider, and this is on localhost, and even if you consider that the file is not that big, and there's not too much data there. I'm guessing saving it to the disk takes a bit. Save file to disk, and then there's a break. Updated user object and updated location. So yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have, but we could tweak it a little bit. we don't have time. So the times that are displayed in PO sometimes are misleading, because the time spent in the handler itself was not 3.4 seconds. This is the whole round trip of the data. So the second I pressed enter, goes to the server and until it comes back. So the handler could be spending less time doing the whole operations. But since we don't have Prometheus set up, it's not gonna tell us anything. And that's a topic for tomorrow, I guess. Setting up Prometheus and everything, if we get the time, of course. Okay, what we actually could do is create like a small helper. Let's create a helper right now. I'm just curious where the hell is spending so much time. Let's say measure time, and it's going to accept the start if I type it correctly. Time. So it's going to logras inf. Come on, type correctly. Info measured. I don't know what it outputs. So that's time. There's difference, so that's now dot Unix minus, and Unix returns what int, yeah, star dot Unix. I think time had a time difference, had a function of its own. Because it gives like, yeah, and you can put it into seconds. Yeah, that's a good one. So I'm gonna say, actually we need now. That would be time 2 sub time 1. So that would be now dot sub and start, and we call it in milliseconds actually, because I'm hoping it's not spending that much time. Okay, so now we can just go here and where did we measure? Okay, so this is gonna be measure time start, then the next one, and the next one. This was gonna skip altogether, and here 1, and here, actually I don't care, it can be here. Now if we run it, we should get some time reports. Okay, so 785 milliseconds, 785 up to saving to disk. So this whole thing was done in 785 milliseconds. From saving to disk to updating user object, it spent almost 1.2 seconds to update the user object, and another almost a second to update the location. If we go back to the measure one and say get it into seconds and we restart, and we call this one again. Actually, that's 700 milliseconds up to here, 700 milliseconds from here to here. But this one is 1.9 seconds to update the user object and 2.6 seconds to actually update the location. So that's kind of nasty. And it would mean that we don't have any correct indexes here. We do have an index by UID, which is good because it's gonna use it when it does the preloading. But when it does the saving, it takes a lot of time. Again, this might also be because the database is remote. This is on Amazon right now, so it's not running locally. If it were running locally, maybe it would be faster. So we have to add the delay from my setup back to Amazon. Plus I'm actually uploading 20 megabytes per second from the laptop right now. So yeah, that's a lot of data. All right, so we're gonna leave it like this. There's plenty of time to improve things. If, let's say, this API will win the hackathon and everyone decides to use it. Actually, let's not say if, let's say when it wins. But yeah, you get my point. Okay, so spare rooms, that's fine. We can remove all the logging from here. Latitude, longitude, the file, that's fine. All right, cool. So next, what do we have next? Next would be, so the guy has the dashboard now. We don't have place visited, we don't have friends made. We don't have to worry about those right now because there is no way of marking a place visited yet. Maybe later down the road. So now we need to get all the map points. As far as I remember, discussion with the front-end engineer was that he will send me a rectangle, like 4 points on the map, and I should search within those points. So let's see. We create the endpoint. It's gonna be a protected one. So private group, post, search map, handlers, search map, handler, and update profile handler. I need to update these. Okay. Ah, damn it, close the whole thing. Okay. Yeah, so we don't need the location. Okay, search map handler, I believe this falls under users. I'm gonna pack up this one. In context. So the location is search map handlers. The start time is now. I can unlock the metrics. Not this one. Only calls Prometheus. So we oh shit, this is another library. Yeah. I was going to say maybe we can edit this one to also give us in logras how many. There we go. It was time.since start time in seconds. So yeah. We could use this one to just log out, but I'm not going to modify the project that library right now. So yeah. All right. So search map handler. It's going to receive a JSON. So out it's going to be search map response. So this one gonna go into users. Search map response. So structure. Not sure what's going to have inside yet. It's gonna have a general anyway, so yeah, we can set that one up. And search map request, where we are going to get a not one. It's gonna be a float. Longitude 1, another float, a lot 2, and LNG2. Okay, so pretty much this would be four points on the map, the corners of the map. And since we have them like this, we are going to do a search with between, because we can go lot between and we get lot 1 and lot 2 and long between this one and this one. I'm hoping that will work, because otherwise we would need to create some sort of script to see if a given latitude and longitude is somewhere in that area, which is kind of nasty. I mean, at least for the MVP, it's a bit nasty. I'm guessing I can get away with just an SQL query and that's it. Should be easier. Well, we'll see. So this one is a search data map response. Okay, so this one will technically be data, an array of user, a slice of users. So those will be all the users. We've decided not to paginate the responses right now, so it's going to be pretty much everyone that it's in that area at the moment. Later on, when we optimize on the second pass, we can add like a pagination with a cursor and cursor updates and so on and so forth. Okay, so out default in is data search map request should bind JSON the in. Add request. I think I added a fail to bind data, right? In the errors. Oh, failed bind data. And bind data. And failed to bind data. Oh, this one. This one should be errors. And this one again. And the rest is just okay. Yeah, so back to this one. Find data. Abort. Code. And out. Return. Don't forget the return. Because it can cause some odd errors. It's gonna try and set multiple headers at the same time and it's not gonna work. Right. So we have the in. We haven't required anything. So we're gonna require all of them. And now we just need a query. Not between and my friend. And also where between this and that. So now the set is in not 1, in not 2, in long 1 and in long 2. And then find find locations. So this we're gonna pull straight locations. Based on the locations, we're gonna pull the users. That's it. We could do, I think it works for the preloading. Maybe do like an inner join. So do it straight from one query, but I did find out the hard way, I might say, that it takes less computing power and less time to actually go in a loop and do one query per item in that loop, because it's the queries are indexed, rather than do like query with in, so where for example ID in and you have a set of data. It goes slower with the in instead of just going where status equals 1, status equals 2, status equals 3, status equals 4, so on and so forth. How many do you have? And that was pretty unbelievable, but yeah, what can you do? All right, so location, it's 1 for this one. So now if we didn't find any locations, we're just going to bail out early. So actually out dot data is an array of models user. So we're just gonna say out dot OK because everything is fine. We don't have data for that area. Import with out.code and out and return. So this would be bailout since no locations found in the area. Okay. And this is query for available locations. Alright, so now if we have locations, I'm gonna do a loop location in a range of the locations. We're gonna pull a user. I'm gonna do another query. So we're gonna use the UID because we have it from the location model. Normally, I mean, in PHP, if we used Laravel, we could do like a reverse connection. So location towards user and user toward location. With this one doesn't work, so Gorm doesn't want to do it like that. It's a bit because when you pull the users with a preload location, when it's gonna get to location, it's gonna try and preload the user, which is gonna throw it in a loop, so it's gonna stay there forever. So there's no circle imports. So we're gonna do it like this. We're gonna just query for the location.user UID, and we're gonna pull out the first one that we find into the user. If we have an error here, we are going to report it. Okay, location +2. What's the problem here? Oh, damn it. User location. Like this. Yeah. So location +2. That's fine, but we're not going to abort. We're just going to continue. So we're gonna skip to the next entry and see maybe we can pull that one off. Again, a fast bailout if user.id equals 0. So the location, it's an abnormality, so there's no user linked to that location. We can just continue and that's it. So finally, if we have a user and we have that location, we can say user.location equals to user location. So instead of doing the preloading, we have the locations already done. We just appended it, and we can add to out.data, and we are going to append in out.data the user. And that's it. When it comes out of here, we can say out.ok and just JSON out. Code and out. So pretty much this will prepend the user that it found. If we don't find a user, or if we have an error, it's gonna skip again in the next for the next loop. So this will be skipped altogether. We're gonna get an error report anyway, just to find out that something happened. We can actually add here we can add the user location user UID, so we will know, like in this handler, the second tag, the user with this UID was not found. So at least we know where in the loop it is right now. Okay, so this looks done, rather simple. Feels a little bit simple, so let's see if it works. Oh, but yeah, it's a post. All right, so duplicate this one, get users. So the endpoint was search map. Search map. We need a header, which is the token. That's fine. And the body, it's gonna be JSON typed. We're not gonna need this type of things. Actually, I'm gonna remove all of them and re-add them anyway. So we are going to have lat1, and this is going to be a number. It's going to be, let's see what we have here. Okay, so let's grab this one and say from 50 and add lng1 also. So from 50 to minus 90, actually 95 since it's greater, and lat2 is, I don't know, let's see, oops. So 50 with minus 95. Where the hell are we? Okay, we're near Winnipeg. Yeah. All right. We're gonna grab a greater area, so let's say up to here somewhere. So that would mean 43 and minus 73. So we're gonna use 43. And oops, no, plus lng2, that's an underscore, should be minus 73, hopefully. Failed to bind data, of course. 0, 0. Think that's the problem? No, that's not the problem. It doesn't want to bind them. So those are floats. Lat underscore 1, lng1, lat2, lng2. So what the heck does it want to do it? Oh, crap. I forgot to set them to numbers. So those were strings actually. No, internal server error now, so at least we are going in the right direction. An error in SQL syntax. So it doesn't like my parentheses. I'm gonna drop this, and we're gonna drop this, and see if it works like that. Yep, 0 items. Screw that, let's increase. So we're gonna go from 0 to 128, 128. Cameron? What the hell? Seriously? Damn it. They're all numbers now. Okay, now it's doing something. Because it just grabbed its bats. I have time to wait. I think the minus is gonna throw a wrench in the whole thing. I didn't do anything, cancel. Stop it. 49 seconds. Yeah, something is wrong here. One more time on the map. So let's search the whole US. So from here, up to the ocean. Okay. Your items. That's amazing. I think that's wrong. Actually, I'm gonna check the data and see. This one, it's obviously wrong. So you have. We're gonna go charging bull. This is what 2004 leads. We are going to use these, which are correct. Okay. Now, if I go back and search, again 0, I should find at least one. Okay. So let's find a solution. Get points on map between two sets of coordinates. No, we don't need distance and bearing. No. 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 Something like that. Yeah, Haversing formula. I still don't think it's gonna be that easy. I didn't feel too comfortable getting out that easy. But Haversing calculates distance, bearing and more. So we don't need a distance between the points. Just need to check. Get point on map within area. without Google Maps API. That's right. Okay, so we have a boundary, pretty much what we'll get from the front end for points. So he's checking the polygons. Okay, so he's creating smaller polygons if it's oddly shaped like that. It's creating polygons inside. Alright. Check geofence point 1 in polygon. Is this one. So the same, if it's between the values, you know what, let's go to the database straight. Query and select star from locations. If, where say 0 and 100 and long between 0 and 100, and again doesn't like those. And it's not long, it's LNG. There we go. So we get some results. So we do have locations. Progress. Locations, and this is the len of locations. Let's see, but the problem is somewhere else. Make out of this one and call it. And we got 0 locations. Yeah, that's right. Let's use these numbers. I think that might be a problem with minus, with the negative values. So the negative values should go first. Yeah. Let's try it the other way around. So negative value first, positive value second. And that's road rage for you, in case you didn't hear it. Okay, and see, so the negative values need to go first. And that needs, we're gonna go create 4 values. I'm gonna say val1 equals to 0, val2 equals to 0. So actually, no, let's do it like this: lat1 and lat2, and lng1 and lng2. We can use these. So lat1, lat2, lng1, and 2. So now we could say if lot 1 is greater than lot 2 and lot 1 equals to in dot lot 1. Sorry, it's lot 2. Lot 2 equals to in dot lot 1. So if what's the if in lot 1 is greater than in lot 2, and these need to be float 64 equals to 0. So let's go and set them to in dot lot 1 and in dot lot 2 and in dot lng1 and in dot lng2. This way we have we can lose the vars in front, and we can also lose the float 64s because now they are float 64s by default. This one goes like this. So now we have the default values. So if lot 1 is smaller than lot 2, they are in order, otherwise they're gonna be switched. And the same goes for LNG. Now they are reversed in the correct order if they are greater than the other one, hopefully, off the top of my head. Just a small hack. Okay, again, we're losing. Oh, okay. Kinda stayed a lot for 13 locations. I think those are the indexes as well. JSON text, you can see better. We have the ID, we have the, this is called still called locations, but we're gonna switch it. And the city in Iran and postal code, and this is not correct because we were checking between these coordinates. And it gave me Iran. Actually, it gave me 33,895. Let's see, because the random data that we have might not be accurate. So this point might not be in Iran. No, kind of green for Iran. Yeah, pick Wellington. Yeah, that's in US. So the random data that we have, it's kind of messed up. It says country Iran, but latitude and longitude points in the US. That's a problem. I mean, it's not a problem because look, found myself as well, which is correct, and I'm in United States. This guy again, let's check this one just for reference, but it looks correct. Middle of nowhere. Yeah, Cleveland. There we go. but at least based on the latitude and longitude, it's gonna find them. We cannot find them right now, at least with the sample data. We cannot find them based on city and country because the points do not match. So that's an issue from the random data, but that's fine because in the final case we're gonna use real data. So all right, cool. So it works like this. Solved another issue. Kind of stays a lot of time to do this, and I really don't like it. So I might try an inner join. Let's try an inner join. I'm gonna comment this. I'm gonna save our users. It's user query. Let me see, because I don't remember exactly the joins from Gorm. Specificity, joins conditions. We need those because, okay, so we need the table and select whatever we get from that. It's gonna come at the rows. We need to parse those rows manually, which I don't like. DB joins, join emails on emails. Joins credit cards where credit card number equals that. Find users. So actually that one it's gonna go and find puts into the users. Let's copy this one. Don't need multiple ones, but we need only one. So we're gonna join locations on locations dot user UID is equal to users dot UID. And email equal, we don't need that one. Actually, we kinda need those. We need and locations dot lat1 between this and that, and we're gonna parentheses the whole thing just to be on the safe side. So another and locations dot mng lng. Hang on just 1 second. I need to answer something. Okay, locations.lng is between this and the other. Alright. So we are going to use lat1, lat2. Why is it screaming at me? Oh, because I commented these. Okay. 2. Okay, and this guy joined something else. I don't care about that, and it's going to go and find users. Okay, I'm gonna have an error response, and then class if we have found so many users, it's gonna be len of users. Okay, looks like it might be working, but let's see. That was fast, and we found 13 users, which confirms with the 13 locations earlier, and was way much faster with the join. Okay, so now all we need to do is so now with the join we would get, you know what, let's go debug and see the actual query if it's gonna show it to us. Yeah. Let's see what happens if we go with reload locations. Locations, sorry. All right, again. Oh, we took out the log. Okay, so we finished pretty fast. Okay, let's go for user in range of users. And now all we need to do is just append the user to the data. Sure, there's no extra query because everything is done in this one. And stop it. Start it again. And let's see. Okay, we got 13, so it's the same data, but it was way much faster, 1.1 seconds round trip, so that's quite all right. These guys are okay. Me should be the second one, that's fine. Yeah, looks good. All right, cool. I guess this would be a natural stopping point for the night. We pretty much done more than half, but actually half. So we finished the login, we finished the create account. We've done the update profile, which doubles as create profile. So 2 of the screens were taken care by the same endpoint. And now we get the dashboard is done because during login or you're gonna have the user data return, so that's okay. Now you have 2 screens again with the same endpoint, so that's the map with the pins, because the front end will receive latitude and longitude data for each user, and then clicking on the pin will, if this was a group, then clicking on the pin will get all of these. So now we're left with checking a user's profile, starting to send them messages, and checking your raw messages and invitations. That should be it. We can tackle these during tomorrow's stream. Maybe I'm gonna be earlier than today, not really sure, but I'm hoping to. All right. Thank you guys for popping in. and chatting, and hope you have a good night. Yeah, take care.